Hello. I hope you're doing well. And if not, I at least hope that your night improves. So, I'm not sure how long I'll be streaming today. I may not be doing the full, 2 hours or so that I usually do, but I did want to stream a little bit today. So, still not probably going to be streaming regularly on my regular schedule, but I don't mind checking in occasionally. So. But anyway, tonight we're going to be doing some shadow work readings. And I decided I want to go with the tried and true Tarot of the Divine. Still one of my favorite tarot decks. Decided to use the Black Moon Lilith Oracle because I feel like this is actually a pretty good deck for shadow work. And this one also isn't too bad for shadow work either, particularly because it includes questions that you can use as journaling prompts. So we're also going to be using the Fablemaker's deck of many things. Alrighty. Let me go ahead and pull these all out. Oops, forgot to put that in the box. Alrighty. Oops. This is still one of my favorite recent decks. I feel like this is probably my favorite deck that I've got so far this year. This deck released via Kickstarter like back in 2023, I want to say, but due to a lot of issues, it didn't start shipping out until like late 2024, and it didn't finish wrapping up, and orders didn't close until I want to say March of this year. I ordered one of the bundles with the holo edition, the holo foil edition, in January. And this is one of my favorite decks that I've got so far this year. And honestly, probably one of my favorite decks of all time. It's a wonderful deck that also doubles as a an actual deck of many things, because it's called Fablemaker's Deck of Many Things. which is a D&D item. You can also use this in your D&D games. These over here. Okay. Let's go ahead and get into the collectives, yeah? Alright. What do we need to hear today? Well, that card apparently decided to go place itself on this deck. Wanted to take an adventure, I guess. Oh, well, hello. Okay, we're getting an extra card apparently. That Temperance card didn't want to go back in. Alrighty. Actually, do you want to be... Okay, it does want to be upright. Huh. Pretty interesting. Okay. So, we have the 9 of Coins. I just noticed, aside from the extra Temperance card that popped out at the end, these are all coins. We have the 9 of Coins, the 5 of Coins, the Page of Coins, and Temperance. So, there are rewards here. There is a payoff here at the end where you can reap the rewards of what you've put into things, okay? With this 9 of Coins energy. However, I get the sense that there's kind of a bit of a fear that things aren't going to exactly work out the way that you want them to here with this like 5 of Coins energy. You're worried that you're not going to kind of make it out of this place here with the 5 of Coins energy. Just kind of being stuck in survival mode is kind of how I like to put this sometimes. Being stuck in survival mode. And there's definitely a message here of just kind of holding out and holding on to hope. Because there are fresh starts here with this Page of Coins energy. Okay? There are new beginnings and fresh starts here. New opportunities. New ways forward. Okay? But until then, and until you see the way to move forward and how to get yourself out of this situation, just keep holding on. And do your best to remain patient, okay? Keep yourself grounded. Keep yourself grounded, try to be patient, and just kind of try to keep your balance right now, okay? Hello. Okay. Is there another card you want to give us on top of this one, or is that one it? There is another card. Okay. We have Black Moon, Lilith, and Scorpio. Sexual alchemy. So maybe there's also some feelings of isolation here with that Five of Coins energy. Perhaps. And then we have Black Moon, Lilith, and Capricorn, elevated status. Okay. Black Moon, Lilith, and Scorpio, sexual alchemy. Ooh. This oracle is calling for you to transform and heal your deepest shadow. Dark energy from childhood or ancestral traumas can project into your reality, holding you back from your true authentic self. It can feel like an arduous process, like a dark night of the soul, but on the other end of this journey is self-empowerment. Black Moon, Lilith, and Scorpio is both challenging and rewarding when integrated. Symbolized by the scorpion, Scorpio is a fixed water sign, which represents the depth of emotion. Secrets, crisis, the occult, and sexual power all live under Scorpio. Mars, the god of war, and Pluto, the lord of the underworld, both rule over Scorpio. While you may not see this intensity at first glance, it bubbles fiercely under the surface. When Black Moon, Lilith is in Scorpio, you can experience sexual trauma, power struggles, or crisis, which can create suffering in the present. As a result, you may repress difficult events, leading to conflicts and challenges. This can also affect your personal power, as you tend to give it away to others when you are not careful. We can see this manifest in the life of Johnny Depp, a natal Black Moon, Lilith, and Scorpio who grew up with an abusive mother. You can alchemize this dark energy into light through shadow work, practicing boundaries, and releasing the past. And then dark divine feminine shadow work here, because there's, for these cards, the Black Moon Lilith cards, there's a little section for shadow work for dark divine feminine, and then shadow work for dark divine masculine. Which again, does not mean male or female. Not the same thing. Heal your divine feminine sexual magnetism by releasing any shame you have around this primal side of yourself. Incorporating moments of self-pleasure, sex magic, and self-love can help you navigate it. Ouch. And dark divine masculine shadow work. You have a deep sense of power, but it's important not to control others with it. Practices like breath work and solitary meditation can help integrate any crisis you have experienced in life. It's time to dive deep into your darkest shadow. Tap into your sexual power and magnetism to heal. Okay. Well then. Then we have Black Moon, Lilith, and Capricorn, elevated status. Oh no. Oh no. I saw the first line and nope. Imposter syndrome is creeping in, and you are doubting your accomplishments. Hey, fuck you. The cosmos wants you to let go of insecurities and have faith in yourself. When this card shows up, the opportunity to level up and gain recognition is well on its way. Don't let fear self-sabotage what's to come. Break the glass ceiling and shift the structures that are holding you down. Capricorn is a cardinal earth sign symbolized by the sea goat, which exudes leadership, status, structure, hierarchy, tradition, and power. Ruled by cosmic disciplinarian Saturn, Capricorn represents the patriarchy and authority. Black Moon Lilith in Capricorn sparks rebellion against traditional and oppressive structures. Madam C.J. Walker, a natal Black Moon Lilith in Capricorn, broke down systemic barriers of oppression as the first Black multimillionaire by building a hair product empire in the early 1900s. Ooh. Black Moon Lilith in Capricorn paves a unique path upward. Every time you achieve or gain the status you desire, there is always someone or something there to overshadow you. As a result, you can build up fear around your own power. The key is to step into the leadership role in your personal and professional life without apology. Your reality will shift once you release the limits on yourself, not the other way around. Dark Divine Feminine Shadow Work says, it's time to release attachment around power and recognition. Instead, align with your soul's purpose. This will make you more magnetic versus repelling the opportunities that materialize for you. And Dark Divine Masculine Shadow Work. Control can be a toxic masculine trait. In fact, the best way to alchemize this shadow is to provide stability and security to those around you. Where have you not supported the feminine energy in your life? And the little affirmation at the bottom of this is what or who has questioned your authority. It's time to challenge imposter syndrome. Okay. Well then. Alright, and let's see. Black Moon, or not Black Moon Lilith, but the Fablemaker's deck of many things wants to add. Hey, Ro! Okay. We're just gonna take this one card here, which is Throne in Underworld. Oh boy. I hope you're doing well, Ro. Throne. The theme here is ambition. Underworld keywords are challenge, enthusiasm, interference, obstacle, and scrutiny. The promise of greatness takes center stage here, as the crown's radiance and the golden throne's splendor invite you to ascend the cloth-covered steps and claim your rightful place. The light from these two symbols of power outshines the monsters that lurk behind them, drawing your attention toward the prize and away from the threat. The monsters grasp the throne and hover in front of it, demonstrating their intent to contest your claim. The lure of power and glory is great, but they can bring new difficulties. And questions here you could use as journaling prompts with the Underworld Throne card here are, what do you need to achieve your goal that you are currently missing? Are there any obstacles you are overlooking? Have you been enticed and dazzled by a prize, and how can you broaden your point of view beyond it? Once you've achieved your goal, how will you share your success with others? And is there anyone you can talk to who can help you determine if your expectations are realistic? So, there's definitely a shadow here with self-worth and success. So, for whoever needed to hear that message, I hope that helps. Trying to decide if I want to do another collective or if I just want to go ahead and get into the cues here. I think I'm gonna do another collective. So we'll do just one more quick collective. Hold on. I'm gonna have to make sure that my camera was focused, because it looks like it's a little blurry. There we go. That's better. So I want to make sure it's focusing on the correct thing. Okay. Let me take a quick drink of water really quick. Okay. Let's see. What message do you have right now? Okay then. Okay then. Okay. This one's sideways. Okay. So, we have the Knight of Wands reversed, the World reversed, and Ten of Wands reversed. Okay. So, there's essentially just kind of some an energy here with the Knight of Wands of two things here that are specifically coming from the Knight of Wands reversed. The first one is just kind of this energy of hiding yourself out of fear with that Knight of Wands energy. And also, on top of that, there is also a bit of an energy of perhaps trying to move things along too quickly and rushing things. I think there is kind of an energy of trying to just kind of hurry along the progress to get to the end goal here. And rushing isn't going to really, probably isn't going to give you the results that you want. So there is kind of that need to pull back a little bit. Take things a little bit slower so that you don't overwhelm yourself and burn yourself out here with that Ten of Wands reverse energy, okay? But also at the same time with that Knight of Wands reversed energy, don't let that fear keep you small and prevent you from actually just going after the things that you want, okay? And going after this goal that you set for yourself, okay? And make sure you see this through to completion, okay? No matter what may be getting in the way right now, with completing whatever it is that you're working towards right now with that world energy, just know that it's not a reason to give up, okay? Just again, make sure you're not trying to rush things along, and overwhelming yourself and potentially burning yourself out by doing too much all at once. But also, don't let fear keep you small, okay? You want that Knight of Wands upright energy here. That fearless, bold, courageous energy, okay? Don't worry about whatever obstacles may lay in front of you. Okay. We have Black Moon, Lilith, and Cancer. Honor your emotions, which is also important. And Conjunction, becoming whole again. Black Moon, Lilith, and Cancer. Honor your emotions. The universe wants you to know that your emotions are valid, and this is your time to heal and honor them. When this oracle card comes to you, the cosmos is asking you to stop neglecting your own emotions for the sake of others. Home is your sanctuary, where you should feel safe. It's time to review and clear what is not aligned in your home life and emotional world. Symbolized by the crab, the zodiac sign Cancer is an emotional water sign, ruled by Mother Moon. When Black Moon Lilith is here, the mother is a main character in your life. She may have projected her emotions onto you, making you responsible for soothing her and neglecting yourself. Or your mother may have been a dominant force in the family, normalizing emotional strength and matriarchy. Diana, Princess of Wales, had Black Moon Lilith and Cancer in her relationship house, and consequently, a turbulent life with the royal family. Yeah. Both your thoughts and emotions make up your energetic frequency. Emotions are a barometer for what is aligned for you and what is not. If something does not feel right, make decisions using your intuition. And yes, I'm sorry, that yeah response was to you, Rad Cat, and also I love the name, by the way. I definitely know that feeling, yes. And there's a section for Dark Divine Feminine Shadow Work and Dark Divine Masculine Shadow Work. Dark Divine Feminine Shadow Work says traditions exist only because one person started them. Sometimes being the catalyst for change isn't the most comfortable, but you are bringing healing to your family line. Visualize sending love to your child self, closing an old wound. And Dark Divine Masculine Shadow Work. Your mother is the first relationship you have with a woman. Taking the time to understand your dynamic with her can unblock any blocks you are experiencing with the Divine Feminine. A little affirmation here says, home is your sanctuary and comfort zone. Create the nurturing environment you deserve. Okay. And conjunction, becoming whole again. Like, kind of going in line with that healing energy, I guess. There is a glimmering light at the end of the tunnel. You've burned down old realities, sat in the darkness of your soul, and cut difficult attachments. Alchemy is a heavy process, and when you receive the Conjunction Oracle card in a reading, it's a sign of healing and re-identification of who you are. You're stepping into who you were meant to be in this lifetime, but you can still hear the voice of imposter syndrome in the back of your mind. Ow. The Oracle wants you to remember who you are when you are not feeling comfortable in this new skin. Practice. Conjunction is like hopping onto a bike for the first time. You may be wobbly and feel self-conscious, but once you master this new way of moving, you will be unstoppable. This is the fourth stage in alchemy, incorporating the element Earth, an esoteric symbol for reality, the senses, structure, and stability. Associated with Venus, the planet of harmony, this is where the physical, emotional, and energetic worlds collide, and when your new identity is transmuted into this reality. The alchemist picks up the pieces, takes the ideal material from the previous transformative stages, and puts them back together as an enlightened whole. This is where you start to physically embody your true self, but there is still hesitation. Muster the strength to work through the discomfort of this new reality, or else you will find yourself back at step 1. Conjunction phase shadow work. Positive affirmations are helpful in the moments when you feel unsure of who you are. Add them as reminders on your computer or phone, or jot them down on sticky notes and place them where they are most visible to help you raise your vibration during the day. The last collective, the first collective that I did previously to this one, also had a card mentioning imposter syndrome, and that one's a fucking mood, cause ouch. But also, mentioning that, like, affirmation, recommendation here. Yeah, this is something that I have actually been trying to do to help myself. And something that I've been using for, like, a long time here on the channel even. There's an affirmation command, by the way, if anyone wants to use it. It should just be !affirmation, if anyone ever wants to use that, by the way. There are 55 of them, I believe, so far. But also, speaking of affirmations, I keep a journal for myself. I keep a journal for myself, and something I recently did, to, kind of help set an intention with this journal, even though I've had it for like a few years now. I decorated the inner cover with little, like, speech and thought bubbles, and I just wrote really, really short affirmations and decorated it with, like, stickers and symbols. So. Yeah. That would be cute. Decorating the inside of your sketchbook with the covers of your sketchbook. Hell yeah. Yeah, putting stickers on your laptop would also probably be like a good idea, especially if you like spend a lot of time there. as the entry for this card said, placing them where you'll see them most. Place them where they're most visible to help you raise your vibration during the day, or as I like putting it, to raise your, to just kind of like raise your mood. Because I really don't like using the word vibration because it leans a little bit too far into like new age stuff. But yeah. And the affirmation for this is, it's time to embody your true self. You are empowering and accepting yourself. But yes. Place them where they're most visible, so if you spend a lot of time by your laptop, or a lot of time, like you said, in your sketchbook, yes. Write little affirmations, perhaps, on the inside cover of your sketchbook. And maybe put like little positive stickers or something on your laptop. That would also be a cute idea. Yeah, this is just a collective, so whoever it fits for. Yep. I know this one's definitely calling me out right now, so. Oh, okay, hello. We have Fates, Overworld. Oh no, and Void Underworld. Not the Void card. Oh. The Void card is positive though, but just ouch. Ouch. Okay. Fate. Yep, I just passed it. There you are. Fates. The theme for this is growth, and the overworld keywords are circumstance, change, the past, relationships, and transformation. These three women gather to determine and oversee the destiny of mortals. Wait, I promise it's actually a good card. You'll see when I actually get to the entry. It is actually a positive card, but it's also, you know, telling of just kind of like moving on to like a deeper pain. So, these three women gather to determine and oversee the destiny of mortals. Here, the Fates prepare to erase an event from the past, represented by cutting the thread. All three participate in the ritual, demonstrating that they are connected within the weave of time. The Fate about to cut the thread appears confident that even though this break with the past will leave its mark, she will not need to repair the fabric alone. Leaves fall from her headpiece as the wind blows back her hair. These same leaves cloak the youngest Fate, who represents our past selves, and are absent from the eldest Fate, who represents our future selves. For us, the past is inflexible, but the future is not. Though change involves letting go of things we cannot alter about the past, it does not mean that the past is not still with us. The pink of the elder Fate's cloak mirrors the younger Fate's blossoms, though the color has become more nuanced with age. We can choose to take with us what to take with us into the future and what to leave behind. Confident that the connections we choose to keep will foster growth and wisdom. So it's essentially, the energy of this card is all about cutting ties with things that no longer serve you. And questions for the Overworld card. And I like using this deck for shadow work specifically because these questions, most of these questions work great as like shadow work prompts. So you can journal about them. First question is, how have your past experiences shaped you? Second question is, if you could travel through time, what would you say to your past self? 3 is, what event in your past are you holding on to? 4 is, what have you learned from relationships that have ended? And 5 is, Is there something about yourself you'd like to change? Okay. And then Boyd, I believe, is, yep, the last card. Theme here is denial. Underworld keywords are conscience, desolation, individuality, participation, and stagnation. Blech, stagnation. I cannot type. If you want me to repeat any of those questions, if you want to use them as journaling prompts, let me know. In this card, gold chains pierce the soul, which is symbolized by the bright winged heart in the center. Its owner stands behind it, their face lifeless and their expression vacant. They blend in with the void around them, all but consumed by the swirling vortex. Even so, the trapped soul's light shines with determination, illuminating the rest of the card from its central position. Though 4 chains puncture the soul, only 3 sites of entry are bleeding, which you can kind of see better, a bit better in the full-size art in the book. So there are 4 chains here. This one here isn't bleeding, but the other 3 are. Though 4 chains puncture the soul, only 3 sites of entry are bleeding, representing the soul's tenacity and resilience. The restraints hurt, but the soul doesn't break, for it knows that its chains can be released and it will be free one day. Like I said, it does have a positive tone to it, but it's also very telling of just, you know, carrying heavy pain. So, hello. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so questions, and I'll repeat the first questions here for you in a moment here, Radcat. Underworld questions are: 1. Is there a place, person, or thing that can bring you out of your personal void? So your place of darkness. 2. Who is the person you imagine yourself as at the end of this? 3. What would it mean to unlock the hidden aspects of yourself? 4. How would you like to respond when someone shares their secrets with you? And 5. How is this situation making you feel trapped or stuck? What would breaking free of it look like? Okay. Let me know when you're ready, Cat, and I'll repeat the first questions for the first card here so that you can write them down. Okay. So the first one is, how have your past experiences shaped you? The second one is, if you could travel through time, what would you say to your past self? Three is, what event in your past are you holding on to? 4 is, what have you learned from relationships that have ended? And 5, is there something about yourself you'd like to change? Also, the other thing I like about this deck too is, again, it's called the Fablemaker's Deck of Many Things. It's actually a D&D deck. It's a Dungeons and Dragons item that is usable in-game. But this one is also made to be an Oracle deck. So, this deck will be used as, you know, like a standard, like, you know, a deck of many things would be used. And because of that, like, they also, even through using the deck as an Oracle deck, they kind of add like a sort of game aspect to it as well when you use it in your Oracle readings. So the questions back here are called Seeds of Change, and if you want to use it as an Oracle deck, they include a little section here. If you want to take it a step further, you can also roll a d20, and each, like, essentially 4 numbers. So 1 through 4 will be for question 1, which is known as seed 1. 5 through 8 will be seed 2. 9 through 12 will be seed 3. 13 through 16 will be seed 4, and 17 through 20 will be seed 5. So if you want to kind of like roll a d20, which was actually included in the bundle that I purchased, a special d20 was included in the bundle that I purchased of this deck. If you want to roll for a specific question to journal about, and it might be kind of hard to see, but this is actually a liquid filled dice. So there's gold glitter on the inside that swirls around. And the resin itself that this is made with is also very glittery. And besides a giant liquid-filled D20 is also a D20 spinner pin. This is an actual pin that you can like place on like something, like a bag or whatever, wherever you like to place pins. And it also functions as a D20. You just spin it. Like for instance, that was 12. There's a little arrow there at the top. And also, it includes like art on it as well. But yeah, like, so if you want to use this deck for, you know, like D&D sessions, if you're, you know, like a DM, you can do so. And it also includes, you know, like special accessories that you can use in your games, but also that you can use in your readings, because it includes like a game element of D&D and tabletop gaming in the cards, which I love. I love that it's dual purpose. Yes, like this is my favorite deck that I've got this year. I talked about it a little bit earlier, actually towards the beginning of stream as I was pulling out the deck. It started as a Kickstarter back in 2023, but due to like supply chain issues and stuff and like other various issues, the Kickstarter, like the rewards for the Kickstarters didn't actually start releasing until late last year. and the campaign didn't close and orders weren't like finished until like around March of this year. And then after March, obviously the deck and all the rewards and stuff got released to the public. So this is a deck that's made by Hit Point Press. The basic edition of the deck that's just like that doesn't have the hollow foiling is only like $25, I think. But if you want the edition, this edition that has hollow foiling, this edition I want to say is like $50. And the hollow foil edition is absolutely worth it because it is so fucking pretty. Okay. Yeah, both of these, one deck is essentially, it's a dual purpose. You can use it for oracle readings. It'll come with this giant ass fucking guidebook that explains how to use it both in your D&D games and as an oracle deck. It includes like all the entries for using it as an oracle deck. There's a basic edition that doesn't have the hollow foiling here. That's only like $25. It's like the only difference is that it just doesn't have the hollow foiling, so it's not foil. This one is the hollow foil edition, and it's $50, so it's just double the price. And the hollow foil edition is worth it because it's very pretty. Even the fucking box, hold on. Even the box is foiled in the hollow foil edition. Even the box is foiled. It's kind of hard to see because I don't have like lighting like directly above. But even the box is foil. Exactly. Goblin Brain always says, or as I like to say, Crow Brain says, shiny. Give. So, this is, I bought this, in January, because I wanted one of the bundles that included like the deck, the foil edition of the deck, and the dice and the spinner, and like a bunch of other stuff. And that bundle only cost like $100, but that was still a bit more than I can afford. But unfortunately, at the end of last year, my best friend passed, but she left me money in her will, and thanks to her final gift to me, I was actually able to get this deck before the orders for it closed. So, I ordered this in January, and I received it sometime early February, I want to say. And it's one of my favorite decks that I've got this year because it's gorgeous. I love using it for like shadow work readings, and it's wonderful. And I love that it's, again, multi-purpose. Yeah, I'm sorry. And also, hello, Bree. And also, I'm not sure how your name is pronounced. I'm assuming it's just Vivian or something similar to that. Q isn't open yet, but I was actually about to open it because I opened the queue after I finished collective readings. This was the last collective reading that I was just finishing up here, so I will be opening up queue in a moment for anyone who does want to join the queue. So, also, That's 2 people who have used the affirmation command that got the same affirmation. Yes, this is a collective reading. Meaning, you know, whoever it resonates with, you can take it. Yes. Not necessarily towards my community, no. Not a reading for my community, just, necessarily. But whoever happens to be around and hears the message and stuff, if it resonates for you, take it. So, yes. No, you're all good. You're all good. But yes, I will be opening the queue here shortly. In just a moment for anyone who wants to join. Hi, Egg. Radcat, did you need me to, reread the questions for the void card so you can write those down too? Or did you get them the first time? Okay. And also, the VOD will be published after stream ends, by the way, if you need to return to it for any reason to actually, like, finish writing down the questions or whatever. I just don't auto-publish them in case there's a problem with the VOD. I like to publish them manually, but the VOD will be uploaded and published after, I finish stream, so. The underworld questions, just, let me know when you're ready. Let me go ahead and actually, hold on. I will open queue really quick. Sorry. Because I'm done with the reading here. So queue is now open for anyone who wants to join. You may go ahead and join. Yeah, the reading is for whoever it fits for. Now, apparently this one resonated quite a lot with Radcat here, and it was also definitely a call out for me, most certainly, especially with the mention of imposter syndrome and not hiding yourself out of fear and shit. It's just like, can you not? Please? Hi, Kels. Okay, and the questions for the Underworld Void card are: is there a place, person, or thing that can bring you out of your personal void? In other words, out of your personal place of darkness. Thank you for the reminder to hydrate and stretch, Ro. Question 2 is, who is the person you imagine yourself as at the end of this? Question 3 is, what would it mean to unlock the hidden aspects of yourself? Question 4 is, how would you like to respond when someone shares their secrets with you? And question 5. Question 5 is actually 2 separate questions that go together, but question 5 is, how is the situation making you feel trapped or stuck? What would breaking free of it look like? And since that was 2 separate questions, I'll repeat it again since it was kind of long. How is this situation making you feel trapped or stuck? What would breaking free of it look like? Okay. Let me go ahead and take a drink of water here. Okay. I also forgot to make tea before I sat down to stream, and I'm kind of sad about it. Because I feel like my throat would actually benefit from some nice hot tea right now. Yeah, I know I can egg, but thank you. I might actually go do that here in a minute before I get into readings. Because with my electric kettle, it'll take at most like 5 minutes to boil the water and steep the cup of tea, so I won't be on like too long. But yes, so tonight we are doing shadow work readings, by the way. Hence why I'm using the decks I am. So essentially I'll just be asking, like, what needs to be released, or what still needs to be worked with, is like the general vibe for like readings tonight, so. Just wanted to state that, by the way. Because shadow work readings are where my specialty lies, so. Most readings I do are kind of under the context of shadow reading, or shadow works, but they don't always fall within that. They stray from that sometimes. But tonight is definitely a dedicated shadow work night, so that's what we're focusing on. Oof. Okay, I will be right back. I should be gone for about like maybe 5-ish minutes or so. So, I'll be back as I go make a cup of tea. So, one moment. Thank you for repeating the alert. And also, thank you for that follow, by the way, Radcat. Anyway, I'll be right back.
D.
I'm back. I got delicious tea, so. I got some delicious Earl Grey tea, so. Earl Grey, it's my favorite. I've been getting some loose leaf tea from a place that's called Tea Sparrow. They have delicious delicious tea. Okay. Oh, whoops. It looks like my camera froze. I just noticed that. Oops. Give me 1 minute. This is why I need to get a replacement, I need to get a, well, number one, I need to get an actual dedicated camera. I'm currently using my, my phone with an app that's called, Droid Cam, so I can use my phone camera, as a webcam. But, it's not perfect. Okay, there we go. It is, but I do actually need to get an actual webcam. That is something that's on my list to do. It's just not something I have the money for right now. Anyway. Are you ready, egg? And also, I'm sorry, I saw the notification. Thank you for your Prime sub, by the way, egg. Alrighty. By the way, in case I haven't mentioned it, all viewers get an ad-free experience now, because I got so tired of ads interrupting, and I fucking hate ads anyway, so I disabled them like about a week ago. So, ads can get fucked. So you no longer have to worry about like ads interrupting like your actual readings anymore. Really? Oh, that's some bullshit. Yeah, I don't have any ads scheduled, so any ads you're seeing are just fucking Amazon shoving them in. Well, you can if you do if you actually have ads enabled and you schedule a certain amount of ads in a 1 hour period. And I think that the minimum for that is like 1:30 per hour. But like, ads always interrupt at like the fucking worst moments. It's just like, no. Okay, so we got 2 cards for you already here. So, well. This one's mostly sideways, so yeah. Okay. There. Okay. Okay. There is definitely some past situations here that are just kind of causing grief still, and that are just kind of preventing you from moving forward because you're still carrying a little bit too much grief from the situation here, and you're still it's still kind of getting in the way of you actually moving forward in the ways that you actually want to, because based on past experiences, you're expecting that things will only go the way that they have in the past. So this still needs to be released, and worked with, rather, a little bit more, okay? Continue working with this, and continue letting go of this grief that you're carrying with you, okay? Let these swords here from this 10 of Swords reversed energy fall away. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention the cards. It's a 10 of Swords reversed, the Chariot reversed, and the Five of Cups. So, let these swords fall away so that you can actually move forward in a more empowered, healthy way, okay? Like, it's okay to still feel this way. There's no reason to be harsh with yourself or just feel guilty for still carrying, you know, this grief with you, okay? There's no reason for you to feel, like, ashamed or anything. So, that's not what any of this is about. But continue sitting with this and continue working with this and continue reminding yourself that things can go differently, okay? Continue letting these swords fall away from this 10 of Swords moment, okay? That caused you grief, okay? Yeah, I know. Just continue trying your best, is pretty much the message. Just continue trying your best. Okay. Oh no. This one again. Black Moon Lilith in Cancer. Honor your emotions. It's a 4. Oh yeah, the artwork on this deck is beautiful. I love the artwork on this deck. One of my favorite ones is hold on, let me see if I can find it really quick. It's because, like, my god, she is absolutely so goddamn stunning. A 5 in the clouds? Oh, you might be seeing the symbol. If you're talking about that. That's the symbol of Lilith. Black Moon Lilith. And by extension, Lilith's symbol. Well, like, it's one of my favorite cards because she is absolutely, like, stunning. Yeah, there's, like, another little moon symbol here, and, like, lightning. Yeah, there she is. She is absolutely fucking stunning. She is covered, fully covered, by the way, but, like... It doesn't look like it, but she is. But, like, she is stunning. Good lord. There are a lot of, like, really stunning cards in this, though. Like, I love the art in this. Hi, Adam. Like, there are so many pretty cards. So many pretty cards. I hope you're doing well, by the way, Adam. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty, we got Black Moon Lilith in Cancer. Honor your emotions. The universe wants you to know that your emotions are valid. And this is your time to heal and honor them. When this oracle card comes to you, the cosmos is asking you to stop neglecting your own emotions for the sake of others. Home is your sanctuary where you should feel safe. It's time to review and clear what is not aligned in your home life and emotional world. Symbolized by the crab, the zodiac sign Cancer is an emotional water sign, ruled by Mother Moon. When Black Moon Lilith is here, the mother is a main character in your life. She may have projected her emotions onto you, making you responsible for soothing her and neglecting yourself. Or your mother may have been a dominant force in the family, normalizing emotional strength and matriarchy. Diana, Princess of Wales, had Black Moon Lilith in Cancer in her relationship house, and consequently, a turbulent life with the royal family. Yeah, I know, I was about to say, like, oof on that one, I know, I know. Both your thoughts and emotions make up your energetic frequency. Emotions are a barometer for what is aligned for you and what is not. If something does not feel right, make decisions using your intuition. Dark Divine Feminine Shadow Work. Traditions exist because one person started them. Sometimes being the catalyst for change isn't the most comfortable, but you are bringing healing into your family line. Visualize sending love to your child self, closing an old wound. And a Dark Divine Feminine Masculine, rather. Dark Divine Feminine... Bleh, Dark Divine Masculine Shadow Work. Goodness. Your mother is the first relationship you have with a woman. Taking the time to understand your dynamic with her can unlock any blocks you are experiencing with Divine Feminine. And then the little affirmation for this is, home is your sanctuary and comfort zone. Create the nurturing environment you deserve. Yeah, I know. I'm really wishing you the best of luck with that egg. And yes, it's true. Like, home is where you should feel safe, okay? And I know it doesn't always exactly feel that way. Sometimes. And I definitely know what that feels like. So. I'll just put that right there. Okay. Let's see. Immediately, my goodness. This one? This is Black Moon Lilith. This one is the Fablemaker's deck of many things. Yeah. I know now that I'm not like streaming from like the corner of my bed because, you know, I moved and I got an actual desk now. You can actually see me shuffle the cards, so it may look a little weird now. It may look a little weird actually seeing the backs of the decks. Readjust myself. Okay, so you have the Rogue Underworld card. Which, funnily enough, is like the card of the Trickster, by the way, if I remember correctly. Rogue. Theme here is conflict. Underworld keywords are amusement, confidence, cunning, forgiveness, and impudence. The masked rogue perches on a ledge overlooking a city at night, brandishing an ornate dagger. They raise their other hand to adjust their fox-like face covering, or perhaps to muffle the sound of their laughter. Though the rogue is clad in black, their bright red and gold cloak suggests they want to be seen so their enemy knows they are hostile. Their mask hides their expression, preventing the viewer from discerning their motivations or feelings. We all wear a mask of a kind, so it's not possible to fully know the inner worlds of others. Some people may dislike you for no apparent reason, or despite your best efforts. From their perch, the rogue reminds us that some solutions require us to step outside our bounds, whether set by ourselves or others. Not all rules are just, and sometimes we must be a little roguish or accept being disliked, to do what's right. So. Yeah. And then questions for this one. Is there an area of your life that would benefit from a shakeup? Two, experience breeds confidence. How can you get more experience to help you grow? 3, is there an unconventional solution you have been reluctant to pursue? 4, if you have done something wrong, how can you ensure you never do it again? And 5, is there an unexpected way to approach your problem? Yeah. There's definitely like an element of just kind of, you know, going against like like it says here somewhere, stepping outside of the box, or as it says, stepping outside our bounds. Okay. So, there's definitely an element here with this rogue card of trying something different, taking a different approach to things, and perhaps kind of stepping out of your comfort zone and actually letting yourself be seen is also kind of another element that I picked up on from this card. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It might be, yeah. But yeah, I hope that message helps. Also, before I forget, I should probably issue a last call for Q here if there's anyone who still wants to join. Because how many do we have in the queue? We have 7 currently in the queue. So we're about to be like down to 6. But if there's anyone who still wants to join the queue, you may go ahead and do so. No, you can, if you want to join, you can go ahead and do so. That's why I issue a last call for anyone who wants to join. You're good, I promise. Okay. Yeah, exactly what Bree said. It means I don't want to go too late, because if I don't fucking like stop myself, I can go for like ages. So. And you're welcome, by the way, Egg. And thank you for stopping by. And also, thank you for stopping by too, Mordecai. I do appreciate that you enjoy it here, so. And I'm glad you're having fun, so. Oh, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and close the queue here. Oh, and by the way, I just remembered too. About the Discord, I probably will be like, I'm not going to say that I'm going to be completely back from my break, okay? I'm not quite sure that I'll be able to like stream regularly again yet. But I am going to try to be streaming a little bit more, like, frequently. So along with that, I will be like opening up the Discord again, because I will be, you know, like back to actually check in on things and monitor things. So, I will be opening up the Discord again to actually allow, like, posting again, because I did disable it while I took a break because I intended to just disconnect from everything. And I didn't want, you know, there's no one around to moderate it, so I didn't want to just kind of leave it unmoderated and, you know, yeah. Just didn't want to leave it unattended. Because, like, I did notice, like, someone just randomly joined, like, a couple days ago, and, like, their join message was, like, marked as spam, but still. Like, I don't... Yeah. That's precisely why I did, like, just completely lock it down, just so, you know. Granted, there are protections in place. People who join won't be able to see it, like, right away. Like, see all the channels right away. They'll just be able to see, like, the join one and, like, the welcome in one and, like, the rules. Just, yeah. Which reminds me, I did see someone else join earlier, so... one moment. Hold on, let me actually give them a rule. Okay. To whoever joined the Discord earlier during stream, I did just give you the basic roles so that you can actually, like, participate in things now. So, messaging currently isn't unlocked, but I will be enabling that again later. Actually, hold on. I only have to change, like, one setting, I think. So, let me do that really quick. One sec. Before I fucking forget again, I meant to do that, like, the other day. There. It should be... You should be able to message again now. So. Yeah, I'll double check things, like, later after stream to make sure that things are actually functioning the way they should. The way I have, like, the role system set up, I literally just have to, and, like, the channel settings and shit set up, I literally only have to turn off, like, a couple settings, and, like, the roles to actually turn messaging back on, so. Okay, yeah, I saw that message, so it's all good. But yes. Anyway, are you ready for your reading, Bree? Alright. Let's see what message they have for you. Ten of Swords again, and I'm pretty sure I saw the Five of Swords right here. So, oh, it's the Five of Wands. Okay. Oh boy. No. Which direction do you want to be? Okay. Yep, kind of popped out like, yeah. That one clearly wants to be reversed. And you. Oh my gosh. Okay. Speaking of the past, we're really putting an emphasis on it with this one here. So. So, essentially, something that you need to continue working with and sitting with here and working on releasing. There's an element here with, especially with the Six of Cups reversed energy, about getting stuck in the past, okay? Getting stuck in the past, and particularly in these past conflicts, okay? Stuck in these past conflicts and past, you know, like, arguments with other people, okay? So, continue working through this and sitting with this, and let these past... let the swords from this, like, Ten of Swords reversed energy, okay? Again, let those swords fall away. And cut ties with what needs cutting ties to, okay? And leave it in the past where it belongs. Okay? Because unfortunately, the past can't be changed. So... nor can we change the opinions of others. Or the actions of others. So. Yeah, I kind of always do this, unfortunately, Rad Cat. Again, like, I specialize in shadow work, so... Sometimes they're a little bit more gentle, though. Okay? Sometimes. Okay. How fitting. We have multiplication, your higher self, and putrefaction, shadow release. I like how the artwork on this is literally just a skeleton with a crown. Skeleton with a crown. I also like how these people are just kind of being raptured. Okay. Oh, God. You're making me want to play more Elden Ring Night Rain, Mordecai. I've been loving seeing, like, all the old bosses again. What card is... okay, it's 43. I mean, I could go play by myself, but I'd prefer to have Adam with me. So... multiplication, your higher self. The spiritual realm cannot exist without the physical. He's at work right now. The spiritual realm cannot exist without the physical. They interplay and weave in and around each other. Through consistency and practicality, we can manifest our dreams, wishes, and intentions from our imagination. The Multiplication Oracle card wants you to know the value of discipline, routine, and putting your new consciousness into practice each day. In other words, the vibe of this card is definitely just keep trying and keep practicing, and practice makes perfect kind of like energy. Oh no. Sometimes we can lose sight of the real world when we hope and dream without doing. Multiplication is asking you to get down to business and truly embody the new you every single day. The longer and more often you live in your truth, the more it becomes a natural part of you. The mathematical definition of multiplication is the repeated addition of a specific number. Habits, practice, and repetition are important when you reach the 11th gate of the magnum opus. You are becoming a master of your reality and on your way to fully achieving the Philosopher's Stone. While it's important to use your imagination to visualize what you desire, you must do the work to achieve it. Multiplication lays a strong foundation to build an aligned reality. My goodness. I feel like this is kind of going... This is going in line... This specific card is going in line with your message yesterday, right, Bree? About, like, hard work. Multiplication phase shadow work. Each day, do one thing you absolutely love. This can be painting, singing, a new business idea, dancing, a hobby, whatever sets your soul on fire. This act will create repetition around your light to empower this part of you. You are now locking in this higher version of yourself through ritual and daily practice. The universe is waiting to create through you. Also, cheesecake sounds delicious right now. Yeah. And then we have putrefaction. Also, I love plain cheesecake. Plain cheesecake is delicious. I hope you're enjoying your cheesecake. I know, right? I'm getting hungry too, and I don't have any, like, desserts. Well, actually, that's a lie. I do have desserts. They just require me to make them. Like, I have, like, puff pastry, stuff to make, like, puff pastry, puff pastry with fig spread, like fig jam, and a mixture of cream cheese and goat cheese. They're, like, one of my favorite desserts right now. You just, like, make, like, little pastry squares. And, like, just put the fillings in the middle, and then you just pop them in the oven for a little bit. They're delicious. I have, cookies, and I have stuff for cookies and stuff for brownies as well. I should make the brownies. Yeah, that shit, I grew up on that shit egg. I love that. Okay, putrefaction, shadow release. How you view the world is how you view yourself. When the putrefaction oracle card shows up, it's time to face the difficult shadows within you and become conscious to what you are projecting into the world. Psychoanalyst Carl Jung described the shadow as our untamed true nature that we hide from the world to feel safe and accepted in our environment. I fucking know that feeling, Rad Cat. That's a mood. That is a mood. The authentic side of ourselves is hidden by a mask to protect itself when we experience trauma or challenges. This card calls for you to do inner work around how you perpetuate suffering in your own reality. Where are you projecting your own shortcomings, pain, trauma, and angst onto others? Projection occurs when you are triggered and reactive to your outer world. This is because of pain from past traumas or difficulties that are buried beneath the surface. Think of when an objectively beautiful person walks into a room and immediately receives jealousy and judgment from those in the room who feel insecure in themselves. An alchemist will use moments like this as an opportunity to cleanse their shadow through releasing others' opinions. Putrefaction is the fifth phase of alchemy and one of the most emotionally challenging because it requires an honest look within. Scientifically, putrefaction is the decomposition of organic matter. Use your life as a spiritual practice and start to release unconscious patterns. Doing so will create space for new healthy patterns. Yeah. Putrefaction phase shadow work. Handling difficult emotions is one of the most challenging parts of alchemy, and it's best not to do this alone. Seeking a licensed therapist, healer, mystic, or astrologer can help guide your way through this extremely sensitive phase of the process. Remember that support is available to you and that requesting it is a sign of strength, not weakness. Yeah, that part is also kind of going a little bit in line with your message yesterday, huh? Mm. And the affirmation for this is purge and integrate the dark energy within you. Shift negative projections into self-empowerment. Also, did I read the... I did read it. Okay, good. And... oh boy, let's see what the Fablemaker's deck wants to add, huh? Hello. Okay, Adam. Have a good night. Ooh. Oh gosh, that card's so pretty. There, you can actually kind of see the foiling a little bit. Yes, that is Adam. Okay, we have Star Overworld for you here. Okay. Theme for this is vocation. Overworld keywords are flourishing, performance, revelation, skills, and spectacle. Adorned in a luxurious fur cape, the star takes center stage on this card. Soft clouds swirl in the background as glitter falls around him, matching his makeup. He holds magic energy in each hand, and there is no doubt that he is powerful and experienced. In the glittering drama of a final performance, it's easy to overlook the hard work that goes into building toward opening night. Remember that even the glamorous star got his start as a stagehand and worked his way up into the spotlight, where others now see him. Although hard work takes place behind the scenes, the reward is your accomplishments shining publicly. Okay. We're starting off strong with those questions there. Overworld, question 1. What are your long-term career goals? 2. What skills do you want to learn or improve upon? 3. Who can help cultivate these skills? 4. What opportunities can you make for yourself in your chosen field? 5. What professional mistakes have you made and what have you learned from them? Well, okay. And there is an element of like kind of feeling. There is an element with that Five of Wands energy of just kind of fighting to establish yourself somewhere as well. So, and getting to that point takes hard work. Yeah, it does. I know what one you're thinking of. I don't remember the name. Exactly. I was about to say, when your lives are so closely intertwined, it can kind of, you know, yeah. But I hope that message helps him. Good. I'm glad. Okay. It's your turn, Vivian. Whenever you're ready. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, by the way. Starting to get a bit warm in here. Oh, you're all good. Don't worry. It was like less than a minute between when I called out your turn. You're all good. You're all good, no worries. I'm just doing shadow work readings tonight. So tonight we're just asking what needs to be released or what needs to be released or what needs to be worked with more. So let's see what we got for you. Okay. Okay, hold on. Explosion of cards there, so. Yeah. We have two over here though. I don't know when cards do that, when they just kind of like flip over and then like flip back face down and then just kind of put themselves back in. Love when cards do that. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. So, we have the Six of Swords reversed. Six of Swords reversed, Page of Wands, and Knight of Coins. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly like that. Big. It's just like, nah. Thought about it, but nah. Not this one. I'm going back in. So definitely, so there's essentially just kind of an issue here with moving forward from something or with something, okay? And just kind of getting like a bit stuck and perhaps a bit like stagnant in something. And to move past this block, whatever it is, this obstacle, okay, it may take like a creative solution here, okay? A bit of a creative solution here with that like Page of Wands energy. It may take like a bit of a creative approach. And the message here, particularly with this Knight of Coins energy, and the funny thing is, I think that was you that got the the affirmation. Sorry, brain does not want to work. I think it was you that got the affirmation earlier about like taking like small steps to make progress towards something, which is kind of funny because that's exactly what this Knight of Coins energy is here. Because Knight of Coins is like one of the slowest moving like knights of all the knight cards. He's very much slow and steady wins the race type of energy, okay? It's slow progress. It's all about taking small intentional steps, small intentional practical steps to get to where you want to be. And by creative, I mean like a creative approach, I mean kind of like thinking outside the box a little bit and perhaps going down the road less traveled, so to say. Perhaps, you know, you don't it's kind of like stepping out of your comfort zone kind of energy. Doing something a bit differently is essentially what I kind of mean by like taking a creative approach. It's something that's out of your norm, something that's out of the ordinary for you, okay? So the way forward may essentially be in a way that you don't expect, or a way that you wouldn't normally do something. So the way forward may end up surprising you, essentially. But it's important to essentially just kind of remember to take small intentional practical steps towards whatever your goal is here, whatever you're working towards to move around, whatever is just kind of like in your way here currently, okay? Essentially, just remember that like progress, just because you're not seeing the progress right away doesn't mean that there isn't any progress being made, okay? Slow progress is still progress. So don't worry if you're not like seeing the results right away. But trust that you're still making progress, even if you're not seeing those results. Okay? Just trust that progress is being made. Okay. We have Neptune. Magic illumination, or magic imagination and illusion, rather. Imagination definitely going in line with that card there. Okay. Yep. You are a master magician. When the Neptune card shows up in an oracle reading, the universe wants to remind you of your natural superpower. Take time to dive into your spiritual alchemy and manifestation practice. What do you want your life to look like? What do you want your creative vision to embody? Paint it, write it, act it out, make a vision board. In any way, set intentions for your reality. Again, going in line with this. Yeah. When we work with our imagination and treat fantasy as reality, the universe can pick up exactly what we want and create synchronicities to make it happen. Neptune cosmically thins the veil between the natural and spiritual worlds so you can channel your visions into reality through your imagination. In astrology, Neptune is the planet of illusion, dreams, the spiritual unknown, psychic ability, creativity. Oh, let me turn it down a little bit. Can I even turn it down now? Let me. Yeah, that song there is actually a bit louder than the other ones for some reason. Neptune cosmically thins the veil between the natural and spiritual worlds so you can channel your visions into reality through your imagination. In astrology, Neptune is the planet of illusion, dreams, the spiritual unknown, psychic ability, creativity, deceit, and seclusion. As Neptune moves through the sky, its connection with other planets creates fantasy, bends reality, and can cause what was once deemed solid in our lives to dissolve. Neptune in Roman mythology, Poseidon in ancient Greece, was the god of the sea, complete with his powerful Triton. Neptune is the modern planetary ruler of the spiritual water sign of Pisces. It is a generational planet. People around the same age share the same Neptune placement, making its transit a collective experience. Your Neptune sign can tell you how to channel magic and your imagination in this lifetime. It can also provide shadow work around self-sacrifice and addiction. Find your Neptune placement in your birth chart and match it in the following list. So, there's like a little guide here that might tell you where like these abilities shine best depending on where your Neptune placement is. So I know most of us here are going to probably be around like millennials or like what is it, Gen Z age. So if you're born between 1984 and 1998, Neptune in Capricorn would be what your sign is. And that apparently is structured vision. So and the affirmation for this is, your imagination is the most powerful magical tool you possess. Use it to make your dreams a reality. Going very, very in line with that Page of Wands card. Also, sweet and salty are delicious together, so. So I definitely agree with you there, Radcat. Okay, and we have here Talon's Underworld. Yeah, chocolate-covered pretzels are fucking amazing. I also love sweet and spicy together. So, sweet and spicy are also like another great combination. I think Talon's... Is it further up? It might be further up. No, it's right there. Okay, that's right. Talons. Theme here is desire, and the underworld keywords are craving, demand, greed, rarity, and yearning. The harpy streaks down through a burning sky, chasing an ornate pearl necklace. Despite the dangers, she risks her life for the precious object, her talons outstretched to grasp it. The talons are our desires, gripping us and convincing us to hold on to treasures even when they cause us pain. Desire compels us to fear loss, and in turn to hold more tightly to that which we cherish. Yet the tighter we grip a treasure, the more we risk shattering it in our grasp. The harpy's eyes are closed, and the expression on her face is one of resignation, but her talons have not yet closed on the necklace. Not all desires lead to joy. While there are times when we must resign ourselves to hardship to retain what we hold dear, there is wisdom in knowing when to let go. We need not chase our desires to our ruin. We can still abandon the pursuit if we choose. And questions for the Underworld card to use as a shadow work prompt if you want to. If you were to obtain what you most desire, what do you think would change? 2 is what would you give up to achieve your desire? 3 is how would you feel if you lost what is most precious to you? 4, what is unique about the situation and how can you best seize it? And 5, how would moderating your sense of need affect the situation? Oh. Tahini is delicious. Mango with like tahini on it is actually like a common Mexican street food. It's a Mexican spice that has, it's like it's spicy and it also has a bit of lime in it, a bit of lime juice in it, so it's spicy, slightly salty I think, and tastes a little sour because of lime. It's a chili lime seasoning, essentially. The 5th question, is how would moderating your sense of need affect the situation? Yeah, I'm part Mexican as well. If you want to. No, you can. It's fine. Just let me find the page again. There it is. There. Hopefully those are in focus. Here, let me put it this. You'll have to reverse it, but there. So I don't think that's focused. Let me try to focus it here. It's gonna be upside down, so you'll have to rotate it, but there you go. My microphone is like right here, so I can't put it any closer, unfortunately. Did you get it? Okay. But yeah, I hope that message helped. Oh no, you're fine. No worries. Nope, not. Let me refocus my camera. There we go. But yeah, I hope that message helped. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need to go get some food after stream here because I'm actually starting to get hungry. And talking about food certainly isn't helping any. Of course. Thank you for stopping by. Yes, go get yourself some food. Thank you for the reminder, Ro. You're making me hungry for cookies now, and I have like a boxed mix for monster cookies in my cabinet. And if you don't know what a monster cookie is a combination of like a bunch of different cookies. It's like oatmeal, peanut butter, chocolate chip, and M&M cookies all combined into one cookie. In other words, it's like a Frankenstein's monster cookie, hence the name Monster Cookie. So the boxed mix essentially comes with like, you know, the cookie base and then like the additives in it already. You just have to add like eggs and probably like butter and milk, I think. So I have all those things. Yeah, chocolate and peanut butter are like one of my favorite combinations. Okay, I'm sorry, are you ready for your reading? I'm not sure if I asked that yet. Need to readjust myself in my chair. The chair is starting to hurt my butt. And also my thighs are sticking to the seat. Ouch. Okay. So. Oh, heck yeah. Let's see. Let's see what we got for you here. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have 10 of coins, the Queen of Coins reversed, and the 7 of Cups. So, essentially, something that you need to continue working with here. Continue, like, working with here and working through here is just kind of this, imbalanced, like, ungrounded energy, okay? That's both coming from the Queen of Coins reverse energy and the 7 of Cups reverse energy. The Queen of Coins energy here is definitely bringing about, like, just kind of, like, ungrounded, unbalanced energy. The 7 of Cups energy reversed is essentially, like, feeling very scattered and not really having a sense of direction. Feeling kind of pulled in a million different directions and just kind of being overwhelmed by all the options in front of you and all the things in front of you, okay? This is in terms with, like, just home life here, with this, like, 10 of Coins energy, okay? And, like, creating this stability, this stable home life, this stable, cozy, comfortable home life for yourself, okay? Because I know, you know, like, things obviously aren't really exactly going too great right now, and there's a lot of, like, worry and anxiety centered around this subject, okay? Yeah. So, just continue, like, sitting with these things here, okay? Do your best to essentially keep yourself grounded and essentially care for yourself and nurture yourself, okay? To help get yourself through this situation, okay? Like, I know what being in this sort of situation is like, okay? I kind of grew up in a very unstable home with a lot of just uncertainty just constantly looming around the horizon, like around the corner, okay? I didn't have the best, like, home life, and I know what that, like, instability can do to someone. I mean, you guys know, of, like, all people, I know you and Bree especially know, like, how unstable things have been for me, even, like, recently, and I only just, like, recently got out of that situation into a much more healthy situation. So, just don't lose sight of that hope, okay? Is just something I'll honestly just tell you, because for the longest time I didn't think that things would get any better for me, okay? And in one of my darkest moments is when suddenly massive shift happened. And within the span of like, what, like 2 weeks, Adam and I pretty much had like the plan and funds set up to actually like move me out of that shitty motel that I was staying in. So yeah. Just from personal experience, and I know that it's easier said than done, try not to let that situation get the better of you, okay? Try to take care of yourself in the ways that you can that help you feel, you know, just more grounded, more secure in yourself, and help soothe you, okay? Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Cybation. Purify, cleanse, and release. Okay. Like a bountiful freshwater stream feeding into the depths of a river, you are continuing to empower the gold of your sun as you move toward obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Without this natural process, the large bodies of water on Earth would completely dry up. When the Cybation card appears in an oracle reading, your inner transformation requires clean fuel to stay embodied in your light. Just when you feel you have moved on, difficult or painful memories of the past can appear during this part of the process. Yeah, I know that feeling. Now is the time to sit with these emotions and allow them to be released from your consciousness. Taking time to practice self-care, physically crying, and displaying your anger are all powerful ways to work through this phase. Increasing your rent again? Good fucking lord. Like, I'm sorry, but what is the purpose of the fucking, like, fair rent laws in your state if they don't fucking do jack shit? While emotional displays can be frightening at times, this is what is needed to stay on your path toward ascension. 15th century alchemist Sir George Ripley stated that cybation is called a feeding of our dry matter with milk and meat. In other words, cybation is the process of continuously feeding your alchemical vessel with pure material in order to continue embodying your light. Alchemy gets practical during this stage. This is where new habits, thought processes, and ways of being are implemented into your life. This is done by feeling negative emotions from past challenges and alchemizing them through release. Mind over matter is key. Cybation phase shadow work. Processing difficult memories is a powerful form of shadow work. This phase can also be completed with the help of tools like talk therapy and energetic healing work, like Reiki, pranic healing, meditation, or breath work. Yeah. The affirmation for this is feed your newly formed soul with restorative healing. Reflect and release the pain and shadows from the past. Yeah, like, if there are a lot of, like, emotions and, like, memories and things that are just, like, bubbling up to the surface constantly, I can speak from experience on this one that, like, sitting with those and actually, like, going through those is a lot more helpful than you might think. It's literally just part of the processing, like, the processing process, okay? It's doing more than you think, okay? That's, like, literally how your mind just processes things, okay? So if these feelings are coming up for you again, or these memories are coming up for you again, don't be discouraged by them. If you're having nightmares about things that, you know, perhaps you haven't thought about for, like, fucking months, years, however fucking long, like, dealing with topics that you haven't thought about in years, or haven't fucking cared about in, like, years, don't see that as a sign that you're regressing. See that as a sign that you're progressing, because those dreams, those nightmares that you have are quite often literally just your brain processing those memories and those feelings and thoughts and emotions and all that shit, okay? Sitting with those things helps a lot more than you think. Yes. If you need floor time, give yourself floor time. And actually, giving yourself floor time is actually, like, quite literally a change of scenery like that. Like, I forget what the name, I think, is it proprioception or something? I think that's what the term is. Yes, it's proprioception. If you don't know what proprioception is, I highly recommend looking it up. It's essentially like another sense. It's a sense of movement, that kind of helps with, like, it's known for, like, helping, like, motor skills, and a lot of other things in, like, your developmental years as a child and stuff. But that's something that, like, never goes away, especially if you're someone who has neurodivergency. Literally, instead of sitting in, like, a chair or, like, your bed or whatever fucking normal places you have, sitting somewhere, like, on the fucking floor or just in a different place actually changes your perception of things, okay? And can help you process things. So quite literally, yes, give yourself floor time. If you just need to chill on the floor or lay on the floor and do goddamn nothing, do it. Also, see you later, Mordecai. I hope you get some good rest. Yeah. Yeah. But literally, like, give yourself floor time if you need to, okay? That'll help with, like, the processing and just dealing with things, okay? Like, I know that feeling. That was something I did a lot as a kid. I would just chill on the floor, or even just, like, lay in bed, like, the opposite way. like put my head where, you know, I would typically put my feet, and put my feet where I would typically put my head, or just sitting against the wall on my bed, lying down with like my legs up against the wall. I did that so much as a kid. And it's especially like important and helpful for people who have some form of neurodivergency like ADHD or autism or OCD or whatever, okay? Or I think even like PTSD is considered a form of neurodivergency, but because it quite literally changes the way that your brain works, especially if you have complex PTSD. Yeah, exactly, or all of the above. Hi. Aside from OCD, hi. I need to go get tested for that because I'm pretty sure I have ADHD, and the more time passes, I strongly suspect I actually might have autism. And it apparently runs in... It seems it might run in the family, because my sister was never tested for it, but I know she has autism, and unfortunately, unfortunately, because she has autism and she doesn't know it, and she married... Her husband is also autistic. He also has autism. Their poor daughter got hit with the autism stick real fucking hard. Okay. Also, this is an interesting card to get. We have the Idiot Overworld card. And don't worry, I don't think that's calling you an idiot, by the way. But if you do engage in this negative self-talk with yourself, by the way, and you constantly call yourself an idiot, respectfully, shut the fuck up. And be kind to yourself. And then we have Night Underworld. Okay. Idiot. Theme is humility. And these keywords are making sense here. Particularly the impatience one there. Overworld keywords are arrogance, impatience, recklessness, underestimation, and vanity. That impatience one is sticking out real heavily to me right now. The Sphinx spreads her wings in triumph with a forepaw resting on the cracked helmet of a defeated challenger. The challenger's weapons lie below the helmet, shield dented and sword chipped. Clearly the challenger thought they were ready to outwit or fight the Sphinx, but she outmatched them. It is unknown what, if anything, the challenger did to prepare for combat, or whether they thought the battle would be easy. Either way, it was a fight they couldn't win. Some challenges are too great to face right now, which is a hard lesson to learn. But just because it's not the right time to take up the challenge doesn't mean that you'll never do it. It just means that you'll be in a better position to try at a more opportune time. So, if things aren't happening the way you want them to right now, Don't let it discourage you. Overworld questions are: what challenges are you eager to face? Is there any aspect of your life you regard with too much pride? What can you do to prepare for your next challenge? Is the problem you are facing one you must face right now? And what can your past failures teach you about a current difficulty? Yeah. The Knight card. Which definitely kind of giving the same vibe as soon as I flipped it over. Definitely giving the same vibe that it did for you last night, Bree. Theme here is support. Underworld keywords are danger, defensiveness, forsaking, vulnerability, and withdrawal. The Knight is a stalwart ally, ever ready to aid a soul in need. Clad in armor, they stand against those who wield power unjustly or cause harm. The sun blazes behind them, banishing darkness and casting their visage in shadow. The Knight can be anyone: a friend, a lover, a parent, a sibling, or a stranger. The Knight can even be you. The sword they wield is the emblem of the cause they champion. The gold wings on its crossguard represent swiftness and progress, and the sun that encircles its blade symbolizes the absence of ignorance. The Knight's armor protects them, but does not let us see their face. What keeps us safe can also become a barrier between us. Sometimes we need a protector, and at others, it falls to us to pick up the sword for the sake of an ally. When we gird ourselves with compassion and wield worthy cause, we can learn how to stand together against malice and cruelty. So the energy of this card is definitely being the one in need of support right now, okay? And not being afraid to ask for help, okay? Because, like, dealing with these difficult emotions alone can be quite hard. I know that one for a fact from, like, experience. Because it's something that I've largely been doing alone for, like, most of my life. And I've been feeling like, for a while there, I was feeling very, very heavy feelings of, like, isolation and just kind of depression was hitting me really hard. The underworld questions are: in what tangible ways can you show up for your friends? 2. Is there a balance of give and take in your relationship with others? 3. What is one way you could practice self-advocacy? 4. What would it mean to reconnect with someone you've drifted from? And 5. How can you engage with your wider community? So, like I said, I see this one kind of, again, as like being in the place of someone who needs help and just kind of isolating yourself from that support just because you feel like there isn't anyone that could help you, or you feel like there isn't anyone that cares. Oh, absolutely, Radcat. Like, I know that situation, like the situation with things going on in like the world, especially here in the US recently, is not helping whatsoever. And it's something that affected me pretty heavily for a while there. But like back in January, I knew that like I had to cut out pretty much all social media. Otherwise I would go insane, because being exposed to a constant news cycle, like a constant never-ending news cycle, is not healthy, and it's not something that we were meant to ever fucking experience. It's just going to tank your fucking mental health. And, you know, places like Reddit and places like Twitter are just kind of cesspools of negativity, unfortunately. and constantly exposed to the never-ending news cycle. So Blue Sky, luckily, definitely gives you a lot more control over the sort of shit you see, so it's a lot easier to just kind of deal with. It's a lot easier to escape there. I just kind of check in with the state of things occasionally so that I can stay informed enough about what's going on, but it's not something that I constantly expose myself to anymore because it's just horrifying, and it's just going to tank your mental health. It's not healthy. But yeah. So I haven't, I can, like, I mean, you know, back when Musk took over Twitter, I just kind of, like, stopped using that. Not that I ever used Twitter much anyway. But, especially back during, you know, like, the last election cycle, I just kind of completely removed, like, Twitter from my life, and I deleted my account back in, like, December last year. Just because, like, fuck that shit and fuck that dude. I pretty much exclusively use, like, not that I use it very much, but I pretty much exclusively use Blue Sky these days, because it's not a toxic cesspool over there. But yeah. So. Yeah. I don't use Mastodon too much either. I've never really used Mastodon much anyway, just because, you know, there are a bunch of... The circumstances around Mastodon are just kind of unfortunate because the people who used it the most initially were a bunch of, like... or a lot of just kind of people within, like, tech spaces. And as someone who was a part of those spaces, I quite literally studied computer science. A lot of the men in that space are just kind of they're a bunch of assholes with a superiority complex. And I know a lot of people were, like, vocally against, like... They just constantly bitched about, you know, like, quote-unquote normies joining Mastodon. And, you know, that if you couldn't figure out the process for actually how to fucking create an account and, like, join a server in Mastodon, that you shouldn't be on it anyway. And it's just like... Get your fucking gatekeepy assholes fucking out of here, bitch. Shut the fuck up. A lot of men. It's just people in general, but unfortunately, of course, the bulk majority of it is mostly men. A lot of, like, the tech people are just kind of insufferable. But yeah, I for those who are new here and don't know, I essentially went to college for computer science. Specifically, I majored in, I focused in programming specifically, and I had plans to, once I finished that degree, to essentially go get networking certificates and other certifications, and then going into taking all of that and essentially going into a getting a bachelor's degree with a focus in cybersecurity. Let's just say I never finished that. So, yeah. Yeah. But anyway, I hope that message helped, Kels. And to answer your question, Egg, yes, you can. I have my cart of decks, or as I like to call it, my Tower of Tarot. I have it next to me, so. Yeah, here, let me pull these out. Put these away really quick. The poor box is starting to show some wear and tear. That's unfortunately because, like, these bags are made of canvas. They're not very friendly. Canvas, unfortunately, isn't very friendly to decks or deck boxes. I actually don't know why these are made of canvas, unfortunately. Canvas. Yeah. They're made of canvas, unfortunately. So, they're very, like, rough. And, like, scratchy. They're durable, yes. But there's a reason why, like, tarot deck bags are typically made of silk or velvet. Alrighty, Egg, let's see what we got for you. I work to be mindful throughout the day, continuing to come back to my center. I feel like that's a message that's like been popping up for you a little bit more frequently recently. I'm sorry. Yeah, I hope that helps. Oh yeah, and I forgot to show you the back of the box. Hold on. If you think the front of the box is showing wear and tear, where it's like rubbed off on the corners here and like up here, the back is worse. Most of the text is faded. This side is almost completely faded because it's rubbed off, because it's foiling on the deck box as well. It's unfortunate. Oh gosh, I haven't even looked at the sides. Those are rough. Exactly, egg. That's precisely what's happening. Like, that was always my one complaint about, like, Threads of Fate decks that have foiling, like the Illuminator's Amulet and the Eventide Affirmations that have foiling, is the foiling actually comes off kind of easily, especially if you use the deck bags that they send you sometimes, because that's what canvas does. It's durable, yes, but you don't want to be rough on your cards. Or your deck boxes. They're already gonna get enough wear and tear just with, like, age and, like, use. As is evidenced by this poor thing, which has never been stored in a fucking deck bag. The foiling on this is worn off after just, like, nearly 3 years of use now? And the inside of it is definitely showing a bit of, you know, wear and tear. Like, yeah. And I mean, you've seen the deck here. It's the one I'm using currently. This poor thing, you can tell I've used it a lot because there's just, like, discoloration around the edges, and the fucking... The ink has started rubbing off on the back, and it's, like, rubs off on the front of the cards, making them, around the edges, making them look kind of dirty when it's just ink. But I don't mind, because again, it just shows that it's well loved. Well, you know, for some people that shit matters. Especially when a deck has foiling and stuff. Okay, Lizzie, if you're still here, it's your turn. I think I'm actually going to take this moment to go use the restroom really quick, because yeah, who would have thought actually keeping yourself hydrated means that, you know, you gotta use the restroom a lot more. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Good, we didn't freeze this time. Alright, I'm guessing Lizzie isn't here anymore, and they don't appear to be in the chat list. Okay, so I think I'll go ahead and pass over them for now, unless they come back. Okay. That means then it is your turn now, Ratty. Speaking of keeping myself hydrated, I need some water. That would be funny, but I don't completely remember what cards we got with that, like, second collective there, but that would be funny. I want to say the Knight of Wands was involved, and what was it? I forget. It was something. And then I know we got like a card that mentioned imposter syndrome from the fucking Black Moon Lilith Oracle. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what you need to hear. Right. What they got for you. Get in there. Excuse you. Just flies up and then, like, puts itself back in. Nah, it decided to go back in. It's just like, nah. Gotta love it when they do that. Okay, you can get back in there. That card, like, landed right here on, like, my knuckles, and then I shuffled. As I was shuffling, I just fucking flung it over my shoulder onto the floor. 1 second. Let me retrieve that card. Okay. Let me double check. Okay. Right? It's just like the sass. Yeah, that's what I had a feeling about. Okay. So, there's definitely just kind of like, some essentially just kind of like issue with success here, okay? there might be a fear of success involved, and a fear of just kind of like what would happen if things actually work out, you know, the way that you want them to. And god damn it, that part is actually coming from the fucking like collective earlier. There was definitely a fucking like part of a message there that was about like a fear of success. Ah. There's definitely some just kind of like fear of success, some like aspect of shadow here that has to deal with success, okay? That's coming from this King of Swords energy here. And I get the sense too that there's also just kind of this element of just kind of like there is an element here of a fear that things also kind of won't work, that things won't go according to plan, okay? That's coming from this Two of Wands energy, okay? Because Two of Wands energy is often about like starting to just kind of like starting to see a vision for the future and beginning to have an idea for a plan forward, okay, and how to accomplish that goal. And just kind of like I get the sense there is kind of a bit of an element of that too with this like Two of Wands reversed energy. Just kind of, again, tying into this, worrying that, like, things won't work out the way that you want them to. And specifically from the combination of this Two of Wands reversal and this Ace of Coins energy. The moment I saw that card face up on the floor, this Ace of Coins, there's essentially just kind of an element here. It's definitely going in line with this fear of success. It's essentially a need to open yourself up to opportunities and opening yourself up to new experiences and just being open to these experiences and these opportunities and being open to success and abundance and all this shit, okay? And all of that again kind of does tie into this fear of success here, okay? Remember that there's a card that I like that isn't in any of these decks that's coming to mind here. I want to say it's Seasons of the Witch. The Seasons of the Witch Litha Oracle. There's a card in there that I really, really like. One of the lines in it is, "No one can enter your home if the door isn't open." That applies to people, like in being open with people, but it also applies to opportunities, like new opportunities and success and stuff. You have to be open to it. If you're closing yourself off from it and like ignoring it, obviously, you know, things aren't really going to change or go the way that you want them to. There is a need to be open to things, okay? And I know, like, I speak from experience on this one again as well. I know that can be really hard to do, okay? I've been yelled at by my cards and my guides a few times recently that I'm not being open to actually allowing them to help me. And instead I've just kind of been hiding myself away in fear. But just do your best to open little by little to these experiences, okay? Yes, like allow yourself to try different things, allow yourself to experience different things. A good experience with something doesn't mean that it has to go perfectly or go according to plan, it doesn't mean that you have to, like, it doesn't mean that, again, it just doesn't mean that, you know, it has to go, like, the way that you think it should, perhaps, okay? Sometimes the best experiences are the ones that kind of go a bit unexpectedly, because we realize something new, something different about ourselves, or we pick up, like, for instance, like a new, like, lifelong hobby, or a new, like, for instance, like a new friend, a new lifelong friend out of a situation or something. Sometimes we can find the things that we're looking for in the most unexpected ways, in the most unexpected situations. So, like, for instance, doing something like this is never something that I thought that I would ever be doing in my life. I've never really had any exposure to anything like this until a few years ago. In fact, back in, like, 2022, the end of 2022. And it was something I just randomly picked up, and it's something that I immediately fell in love with. And it was something that, after probably about a month of doing, I realized, I felt the pull for a lot longer than I thought. And I, in fact, did have some amount of exposure to this. And I think you said earlier too that you were also, you know, like, part Mexican. You might know of the game that's called Loteria, or Mexican Bingo. That, you know, uses the very imagery of tarot. I played that game as a kid growing up. In fact, I used to play it a lot just alone on my own. So I had exposure to it in a way that I didn't really even realize at first. Yeah, unfortunately, my family tossed out their version of it, like, a long time ago. And, I haven't really had the ability to get, like, a new version of the game, because you can still find it. Oh, also, I'm sorry, my queue is closed for the night. But I will be doing a closing collective after I'm done with the queue, though, if you want to stick around for that one and see if perhaps there's something in that message for you. So, but either way, thank you for stopping by. But yeah, I haven't had the ability to pick up another copy of Loteria at all yet, but I want to. And it's something that I actually want to incorporate into streams occasionally. I want to do, like, perhaps a monthly game night where we just play Loteria as a community. I can, like, take pictures of the Loteria cards and, like, upload them somewhere. and then I can just have each person choose a card, and then we can all just play Loteria together. That's actually a plan that I've had for like almost as long as I've been streaming. That's something I want to do. I just don't have the funding for it right now. Especially if I want to get like this edition that's known as like, it's made by a like a Mexican American creator who's based somewhere in like California, if I remember correctly. There's an artist that essentially made a modern edition of Loteria that's called Millennial Loteria. And there are a few like quote-unquote expansion packs for that one that I would like love to get. I would love to get the entire set. But it's a little bit more expensive than a traditional set. There are even like Loteria fucking themed decks. Like Oracle decks. And I don't remember if there was even like, not made by this creator by the way, but essentially there are so many things that I would love to get that are like themed or centered around Loteria that I would love to get and use on stream. But yeah. Just unfortunately don't have the money for that right now, but yes. It's something that in the future I would like to do, because I would love to have Loteria nights and I would love to use Loteria themed decks. But yeah, it's something I would like to do eventually. That I have plans for eventually. So, right now I'm just kind of still waiting for the dust to settle after moving, because I only just moved like about 2 months ago at this point, and I wasn't in a great situation before moving, like mentally, and the process of moving just kind of like destroyed me mentally, and I had to like step back and take a break from things. And I'm still not quite 100% yet, but I'm well enough that I'm trying to stream again occasionally, but it's probably not to a point where I'm going to be able to stream on my regular schedule yet, which is every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. But I'm going to try to be around and stream more. At the very least, if I don't do tarot streams all the time, I'll probably stream, like, occasionally what I've been doing, like, occasionally, like, for a few times now, here and there, is just kind of popping in to just kind of do, like, a random stream where I either play something, or there was even one night where I just kind of folded origami on stream just to hang out and chat and chill. Because I like folding origami. This is a container that is full of paper cranes. And I have, for instance, a container full of paper stars, and yes, this container is a skull decanter. Funnily enough, this is actually something that sits on my altar space, so. Which is right next to my desk, so. So I just sat on stream one night and just like hung out and did origami. It was pretty fun, so. But anyway. Yeah. Alright, and let's see what we have from the oracle cards here. Excuse you. Why are the cards doing this? They just like fly up and then they land on my hand. Why? I'll let you decide. Is this one didn't exactly completely fly out? Do you want to take this card? We can shuffle again if you want to. Regardless, I'm probably gonna shuffle again and get another card. So. Okay. There we go. And this one was Saturn, Age, Reality, and Discipline. And then Black Moon, Lilith, and Sagittarius. Free yourself. And okay. Saturn, Age, Reality, and Discipline. Saturn teaches us that the golden life comes with age, hard work, discipline, and structure. When the Saturn card shows up, it's time for you to put in time, effort, and sweat. Where have you cut corners? Saturn is asking for you to stay the course to alchemize your soul's lead into gold. Saturn in astrology brings harsh lessons, limitation, restriction, time, and wisdom. It rules over the earth sign of Capricorn and the air sign of Aquarius. Capricorn is associated with the authoritative and hierarchical Saturn, while Aquarius invokes new structure, innovation, and the future. Saturn is associated with the archetype of Father Time and was the final outer planet in ancient astrology prior to the modern planets Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Therefore, Saturn is associated with reality, boundaries, and limitations. Saturn, known as Cronus by the Greeks, was a harsh deity in ancient Roman mythology who ate his own children out of fear of being overthrown. In fact, there's a painting of that. There's a classic painting of that, of Saturn eating his children. Ruling with his iron sickle, he was the god of crops. While Saturn can be difficult to handle as a malefic planet, one that brings hardship and difficulty, it can also be a positive force for transforming our lives. This dark astrological energy can show us where we need to learn difficult lessons and face reality. Once we learn Saturn's lessons, we will be master alchemists, transforming trauma into triumphs. Identify your Saturn placement in your birth chart and match it in the following list. And again, as with like an earlier card, there's essentially just kind of like a little guide here for what limitations and lessons your specific Saturn sign might actually have to teach you. And Saturn is another like generational. Is it a generational planet? Well, it's close to being generational, I think. Because it changes like every... Fuck, how often does it change? I forget. Maybe it's not generational, but it takes a while for it to essentially change. Saturn in Cancer placement would essentially According to this, it says Saturn and Cancer, limitations and lessons would be emotions in the home. And the affirmation for this is you reap what you sow. Hard work and discipline are required. Oof. And then we have Black Moon Lilith in Sagittarius. Free yourself. It's time to step into your freedom. Your drive to be a free spirit can feel strong right now. You can see the bigger picture and make decisions from an informed space. You may be breaking ties with someone or something that no longer serves you. Sagittarius is a mutable fire sign representing beliefs, wisdom, optimism, growth, and expansion through experience. Symbolized by the Archer, it's ruled by lucky Jupiter and linked with the higher self. Your true self, sans programming weighing you down. When Black Moon Lilith is in Sagittarius, this freedom-loving energy can be repressed. Famous Black Moon Lilith in Sagittarius pop star Britney Spears experienced this with her public conservatorship battle. Which, if you know nothing about that entire situation is fucked, by the way. Perhaps in early childhood, past lives, or through ancestry, you witnessed painful persecution based on your beliefs or free spirit. This may have shut you down from new spiritual knowledge and information. Those who have Black Moon Liliths in Sagittarius in their natal charts can experience an unconventional approach to their spiritual or academic growth. Sometimes they can be dogmatic, creating friction with other people. In universal law and alchemy, your belief system creates a reality. When you shift the dark energy surrounding your beliefs, you will move into creation mastery. Know that you are a wise, intelligent being. Knowing that you are a wise, intelligent being is important with healing misplacement. And Dark Divine Feminine Shadow Work says, traveling is a spiritual experience for you and will allow you to heal. Take time to escape and allow yourself to be present on your journey. And Dark Divine Masculine Shadow Work. Your beliefs are radical and the world needs them. Journal and write down your most rebellious and adventurous thoughts. Which again, feminine and masculine are not the same as man or woman, or male and female. They just represent different traits, but very often, unfortunately, in like new age spaces especially, they can just become like rehashed like man versus woman bullshit, so. And the affirmation for this is, the universe is liberating you from control of others. Your higher perspective is freedom. Okay. And then we have the Fablemaker's deck of many things. I remember that card popping out earlier for that collective that really resonated with you earlier. Alrighty. Fates. Theme is growth. Overworld keywords. Yup. Essentially. With a little bit of nuance and a little bit of change, yes. Overworld keywords are circumstance, change, the past, relationships, and transformation. These three women gather to determine and oversee the destiny of mortals. Here the fates prepare to erase an event from the past, represented by cutting the thread. All three participate in the ritual, demonstrating that they are connected within the weave of time. The fate about to cut the thread appears confident that even though this break with the past will leave its mark, she will not need to repair the fabric alone. Leaves fall from her headpiece as the wind blows back her hair. These same leaves cloak the youngest fate, who represents our past selves, and are absent from the eldest fate, who represents our future selves. For us, the past is inflexible, but the future is not. Though change involves letting go of things we cannot alter about the past, it does not mean that the past is not still with us. The pink of the elder fate's cloak mirrors the younger fate's blossoms, though the color has become more nuanced with age. We can choose what to take with us into the future and what to leave behind, confident that the connections we choose to keep will foster growth and wisdom. So this is definitely just, again, the message here is about essentially leaving behind what no longer serves you and moving forward with the things that do. And essentially allowing that, change and transformation in your life to happen. And the overworld questions, which again are the same questions that you would have written down earlier, are: how have your past experiences shaped you? If you could travel through time, what would you say to your past self? What event in your past are you holding on to? What have you learned from relationships that have ended? And is there something about yourself you'd like to change? And again, especially like the questions with this, they're like a perfect example of like how these questions are great at using them as shadow work journaling prompts. You can just sit with a question and journal about it and see what comes up for you. I love using the questions that are associated with this deck, with each of the cards for shadow work journaling prompts. They're fantastic. So, but yeah, I hope that message helps. It is kind of funny that it was essentially pretty much the same message as earlier, with a little bit more added to it and a little bit more nuance on certain things. I just find that funny. Good, I'm glad. Okay. Your turn if you're still here, Phantom Punk. Yeah, if you want a link to where you can buy them, I can send you one. They're made by a company that's called Hit Point Press. They're a company that essentially makes a lot of like tabletop gaming stuff, and they have a few tarot decks and stuff, or a few like, I mean, they actually do have a tarot deck. There actually is a tarot deck that they made earlier that's also has the name Fablemaker attached to it. But yeah. Yeah, it's the Fablemaker's Animated Tarot. The Fablemaker's Animated Tarot is a lenticular printed deck that essentially shifts as you... Back in like the early 2000s, it used to be called like 3D. Like they were 3D prints, like images. It's essentially like multiple images stacked on top of each other, with a sheet of plastic on it that's textured, That way when you angle it a certain way, the image shifts between however many like images you've placed on top of each other. Back in the early 2000s, they used to call that like 3D imaging, like 3D images rather. The actual term for it though is a lenticular print, and I can show you an example of a lenticular print here. Because I have a deck that is actually, I have two decks actually that are lenticular printed cards. This one is called the Empyrean Tarot, which is unfortunately no longer in print because the artists who made it have essentially just kind of closed their shop indefinitely because they're essentially moving on to something different, which is unfortunate. It's a shame because they had some really good decks. But so you might be able to hear it here, but there's essentially a plastic sheet that's on top of like the actual like printed card itself, and you can hear its texture. I don't know if the microphone, there we go, they picked up that one. It's textured. And when you angle it, it shifts between the two images that are overlaid on top of each other on the card. So, Fablemaker's animated tarot essentially has different frames of an animation that essentially quote-unquote plays when you shift the card. It's a deck I don't have, but it's one that I want. But, yeah, just letting you know, they do have an animated tarot that is associated with it. But if you're looking to get the Fablemaker's Deck of Many Things Hollow Foil Edition, this is where you can get it, and Hit Point Press makes a lot of like tabletop gaming things. They have a lot of like D&D related stuff and a lot of like other like a lot of other stuff for like tabletop gaming. So yeah. And if you want to see the entire, like, I mean, this includes a few more things than just the Fablemaker's Deck of Many Things, but if you want to see the entire, like, collection that they have of, like, tarot decks and oracle decks, that would be the link there. The Fablemaker's animated tarot is a little bit below that, and it is expensive, unfortunately, because lenticular printed cards are very expensive to make. And unfortunately, I have a feeling that that's kind of why, unfortunately, Threads of Fate may have, like, closed their shop. Threads of Fate is the maker of the Empyrean Tarot and the Empyrean Oracle deck, that also have lenticular printing that I just showed you. Those were like two of their like biggest like selling decks, and unfortunately they're very, very expensive to produce. Those decks were both like usually like around $90. And even then, they were probably like not selling them for as much as they could have or should have. Yeah. I know the feeling. I wish I had like the Jupiter's Tongue Oracle deck. I really do hope they come back and like print things again at some point. But like unfortunately I have a feeling that like part of the reason why they closed is that it wasn't profitable enough for them. Because they've been doing this for a few years, and I know back when they like made the goal for the Kickstarter for the Empyrean Tarot deck and the Sunstone Runic Oracle and the Odyssey Oracle, they made a post saying that like after the massive success of that they didn't expect, that they were like taking a break because they hadn't allowed themselves to do that in like ages, and they were paying themselves, which they also hadn't done in a very long time apparently. And I unfortunately think that may be part of the reason why they ended up ultimately closing and moving to something different, because I don't think they were making much money. So, yeah. But unfortunately, I think that's partly because they were, again, just kind of selling the decks for far less than they perhaps should have been, because, you know, they didn't want to make them so expensive that they were, like, unobtainable for, you know, like, certain people and stuff. Because they were already expensive enough, even for, like, some of their regular decks. But, like, unfortunately, it kind of comes with the territory of just, like, independently published and printed decks. You have to expect those decks to be expensive. Unfortunately, because they don't have a publisher to essentially eat the cost for them, or, you know, like, give them the funding for it, rather. So, unfortunately, it just kind of comes with the territory of, like, purchasing, you know, independently produced decks. Yeah, I know. I know that feeling, yeah. As someone who, you know, does like tarot readings and stuff, and has like a shop for like private readings and shit. I try to price my shit fairly because I don't want to essentially gatekeep my stuff from people. And recently, and once I get fully back into the swing of things, recently I made the decision to essentially do like a monthly giveaway for like people who perhaps can't afford to purchase a reading from me, particularly my like more in-depth readings that are like specialty readings. I wanted to give people the opportunity to actually receive those if they want them, so I decided to do a giveaway every month. But when I took a break, I had to put that on pause. But when I fully get back into things and I'm able to actually dedicate like time to like streaming regularly again, when I'm in a space where I'm able to do so, where I'm comfortable to do so, I plan on restarting that again. Because at the same time, I also, like, yes, you deserve to be paid for your work, and you deserve to be paid for the energy that you're expending doing these readings, but I also don't ever want to stop doing these sorts of readings where I just give free readings on stream, because I know, again, not everyone has money for this shit, and I don't want people to ever think that I'm only here for money. Because I'm not. Like, I'm here because it's something that I genuinely enjoy doing. And it's something that I have the ability to help with. So, like, I don't want to price people out of readings ever. So, essentially, like, as I've said before, like, support is optional. It's not something that I expect. And for those that are in a space where they're able to actually, you know, like, support me in some way, you know, they're the ones who can buy a sub here on Twitch if they want to, or purchase a reading from a private reading from my shop, or just tip me if they want to. But it's not something that is ever expected. And, yeah. I don't want people to feel forced ever to give me money. And I don't want people to ever, like, feel forced into supporting me for whatever reason, which is, again, a part of the reason, a large part of the reason why I just kind of disabled ads on my streams, is because I don't want that to be an incentive for people to sub here. I want people to do it because it's something they want to do, is support me, and also I want them to, like, I want them to be in a space where they're able to do so. So. Yeah, no problem, Meg. I'll see you later. Also, it looks like Phantom Punk isn't here anymore, so. Yeah. What kind of art do you do? What kind of art do you make? Nice. Are there specific like sorts of like subject matter that you deal with? Or a specific style that you deal with? Oh, that's cool. I love that. I also love that you happen to, like... I love that you happen to just kind of, like, stop by stream on a night where I'm using a D&D themed deck. Okay. So with Q closed out, rather, I guess it's time to go ahead and get into the closing collective here. So, let's see what closing message they have for us. Doesn't look quite the same. Bah. Looks like we're getting 5 cards because they said so. So. I'm assuming this one also wants to be upright as well, so I'm not even gonna toss that one to see if it wants to change. Alrighty. So. There's definitely just kind of a, there's a sense of just kind of like grief here with this Three of Swords energy, and specifically this is Three of Swords energy is usually about just kind of the ways in which you just kind of harm yourself, okay? It's the negative self-talk, okay? It's the negative self-talk. It's the just kind of negativity that you just kind of hold within you and just kind of let loose on yourself. I mean, sometimes this can come from others as well. It doesn't necessarily have to be from you, but this is essentially the harmful things that you're saying to yourself or that others are saying to you, okay? And obviously there's a certain level of grief that's associated with this, okay? Yeah, it most frequently ends up being negative, like negativity just coming from yourself. So, and there's essentially just kind of like this energy here, from the, coming from the Knight of Wands and stuff too. There's once again this energy of just kind of hiding yourself out of fear, okay? There's a sense of fear here, okay? Fear that's getting in your way and that's just kind of like preventing you from essentially just kind of being or doing, like, doing the things you want to, or just being the person that you want to be, okay? And essentially there's most certainly like a lack of like a sense of direction here that's coming from like that Knight of Swords energy, okay? And also a sort of just overly critical energy, okay? That's tying into that like negative self-talk that's coming from this Knight of Swords reversed energy, okay? Just being overly critical, okay? Overly critical. Just like definitely vibes of just kind of like most certainly like stop turning the dagger towards yourself, okay? Stop turning the dagger towards yourself. Don't point it at yourself, okay? Stop being so harsh with yourself. Stop being so hard with yourself, especially if you're just kind of struggling to figure things out right now because things are confusing because shit's fucked. Okay? But don't let these situations cause you to hide yourself out of fear, okay? Or keep you from essentially just embodying that just or just keep you from embodying that just like bold, brave, courageous energy that you want to here, okay? Don't let that don't let that be the reason that you give up, okay? There's definitely, the message here is to keep holding on and keep seeing things through, okay? Specifically from, like, this strength card. I know things might be trying right now and things might be difficult, okay? But remember to focus on what's in your control, okay? That element of control is coming here from the Emperor card, okay? Focus on what's in your control. What do you have the ability to change? Unfortunately, it's not going to be much. Like, in the grand scheme of things, okay? There's unfortunately a lot that is out of our control. But focus on what you can control, okay? Focus on the things that you can control. And work on changing the things that you can. Okay? And again, most of it's gonna come from you releasing this. Don't be so critical of yourself. Don't be so hard on yourself. Don't be mean to yourself. Stop telling yourself all that negative shit, okay? Be nice to yourself. Be nice. I know it's hard, okay? I'm still struggling with being nice to myself, okay? I still tell my shit like pretty fucking terrible shit all the time, but I'm doing my best. I do my best to just combat that like nasty, harsh inner critic with just like, bro, the fuck is wrong with you? That's not true. I very frequently just tell it to shut the fuck up. Like, oh, you're gonna be a bitch? I can be a bigger one. Shut the fuck up. And I combat that with, you know, like, sorry, I'm checking if a card flipped over. I fucking... It felt like one did, but it may have been a case of... It looks like it was, because it happened in, like, this lower half, I think. I guess it was a case of it, like, flipping over, and then putting itself back, face back down in the deck. They really fucking love doing that. Okay. Exactly. And when you're in those low points, it can be really, really fucking hard. Really, really fucking hard to see the good in anything and see a way out from anything. And see a point to trying. But I combat that just harsh inner critic and that negative, nasty negative voice by, one, telling it to shut the fuck up and saying that's not true, and combating it with a little bit of kindness instead. Okay. And we have sublimation, which is spiritual magic, and exaltation, master manifester. Okay. Sublimation. Spiritual magic. Spirit, soul, vibration, and frequency are invisible superpowers we all possess. When you are in alignment, these spiritual forces magnetize, draw, and manifest your experience on this physical plane. When the Sublimation Oracle card appears, you are activating your light body. The belief is that you have a spiritual field surrounding your physical form acting as a light vessel. The ancient Egyptians called this the Merkabah, which is Hebrew for chariot. Not entirely true, by the way. It's chariot of ascension. And also, I'm not sure that it's Hebrew. But, because, I forget which is which right now off the top of my head, but Ka and Ba are both elements of the spirit. Or rather, both elements of the soul. One is quite literally your spirit, and the other is your physical body, if I remember correctly. According to ancient Egyptian mythology, anyway. So. When you are aligned and living your soul's purpose, your light body will vibrate higher, drawing in support, abundance, joy, and elation. You can navigate your reality with no resistance, suffering, or fear. This is true spiritual empowerment. The scientific definition, my God, of sublimation is the shift of a solid substance into gas form with the use of heat without moving through the liquid phase. Like when dry ice turns to vapor. During the magnum opus, this is when the physical ascends to the spiritual. Practically speaking, you can mentally mold your intentions and bring them into reality through your physical form. The sublimation phase requires a faith in the unseen and a deep trust in the universe to guide you toward your highest good. Integrate your imagination, thoughts, feelings, emotions, and spirit into your physical form. Notice what exists in other dimensions, like creative ideas, concepts, or visions, and when resonates, bring it down into solid reality through action. So this is all about kind of taking action on those ideas and making them a reality, essentially. Sublimation phase shadow work. Candle magic is a powerful form of divination. Typically, this is performed through a ritual where candles are dressed with herbs and oils to reach a goal or access certain energy. This is how you blend the physical form into the spirit through fire. Look for a ritual that fits you and incorporate it into your alchemy journey. The affirmation for this is you are tapping into the ethereal power of your being. This essence is attracting a bright new reality. So, this card and this card are definitely going to go into each other because this card, as it says, the little tagline here is Master Manifester. So, this energy here is going to be all about being able to essentially transform those thoughts into reality and being essentially in tune with that energy. This is essentially the beginning phase. Okay. And exaltation. Master Manifester. Exaltation is the feeling of joy, elation, and peace. This phrase describes the Hermetic principle of correspondence. As above, so below. As below, so above. As within, so without. When you receive this card, it is a sign that you are a master alchemist. You've transmuted darkness into light and are now using the power of your life force to bend your reality to your will. To explain the state of consciousness on an esoteric level, we can look at what exaltation means in astrology. This is part of the metaphysical concept of essential dignities, which describes the condition of a planet based on the zodiac sign it's placed in. An exalted planet can express itself without limitation, versus the opposite, the fall, which hinders its strength. For example, the sun is exalted in the fire sign of Aries because it can thrive in this passionate energy. Aries represents the individual and the self, so the sun can be itself there. In Aries' opposite sign, Libra, the sun is in its fall position, creating a shadow around identity. Libra identifies itself through relationships with others, so if this is your placement, codependency can cause you to dim your light until later in life. Exaltation phase shadow work. Look at your birth chart to see if you have any exalted planets. Tapping into the power of these can help you during this phase of your journey. The exalted planets are Sun in Aries, Moon in Taurus, Mercury in Virgo, Venus in Pisces, Mars in Capricorn, Jupiter in Cancer, and Saturn in Libra. The affirmation here is you are a master alchemist, seamlessly crafting your reality around you. So. Okay. So, essentially, combination of these two cards is essentially telling you, take the action on things, put in the work, make that a fucking reality. Because manifestation, unlike what, what most of the manifestation, spaces on social media will tell you, especially, I think they're commonly just referred to as, the manifestation girlies. On places like Instagram or TikTok and just in social media in general. It's just always about the focus is always on the dreaming and essentially hoping and wishing, and it's never on the other side of manifestation, which is the next necessary secondary step towards manifestation and actually bringing it into reality, taking action. You can hope and wish and spell your way into trying to create whatever it is that you want. But unless you're taking action, nothing's going to change. So, put in the work. Take the action. Create a plan. Okay? Okay. There we go. Excuse me, what? Excuse? We got the rogue underworld and the rogue overworld. What the fuck? Because yes, that's also the other thing about this deck. There are two versions of every card. One is the overworld deck that's in full color, and one is the underworld deck, or card rather, that is in black and white. It means apparently they want to emphasize this? I guess? This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Once really early on when using this deck, we got both the overworld and underworld version of the void card, and I think it's also happened once with the ruin card as well. Okay, rogue. Theme is conflict. Overworld keywords are bias, distrust, enemies, hostility, and rebellion. Underworld keywords are amusement, confidence, cunning, forgiveness, and impudence. The masked rogue perches on a ledge overlooking a city at night, brandishing an ornate dagger. It's kind of funny mentioning earlier I said don't stop pointing the dagger at yourself. They raise their other hand to adjust their fox-like face covering, or perhaps to muffle the sound of their laughter. Though the rogue is clad in black, their bright red and gold cloak suggests they want to be seen, so their enemy knows they are hostile. Their mask hides their expression, preventing the viewer from discerning their motivations or feelings. We all wear a mask of a kind, and it's not possible to fully know the inner worlds of others. Some people may dislike you for no apparent reason or despite your best efforts. From their perch, the rogue reminds us that some solutions require us to step outside our bounds, whether set by ourselves or others. Not all rules are just, and sometimes we must be a little roguish or accept being disliked to do what is right. Again, that last part there about stepping outside your comfort zone, it's kind of going very, very in line with this. In fact, wasn't it this one that popped out that along with the Fates card during the second collective reading earlier? I think it was. Fuck. Okay, so gotta read questions for both of these, apparently. Overworld question 1. Is anyone working against you in this situation? If so, how can you outwit them? 2. Are you willing to make enemies if it means getting what you want? 3. What do you want to show the world and what do you want to hide? 4. What do you hate and how do you want to improve it? 5. Are you doing the normal expected thing in this situation? And the underworld questions are: 1. Is there an area of your life that would benefit from a shakeup? 2. Experience breeds confidence. How can you get more experience to help you grow? 3. Is there an unconventional solution you have been reluctant to pursue? 4. If you have done something wrong, how can you ensure you never do it again? And 5. Is there an unexpected way to approach your problem? And also, I just remembered, it wasn't during the collective, it was during Egg's reading right after the collective, and they also got the Knight of Wands card to pop out, I think. So. Also, I need to remember to update that timer there for Nightbot, because that fucking discount period ended in like May. Oops. Actually, let me do that really quick. Hold on. Before I fucking forget. I'm trying to get back into the fucking swing of things, but some things have just kind of like slipped past me. Wait, I just updated it, so there we go. But anyway. Unfortunately, with that, it's time for me to call it so I can go get some food. Because I'm very hungry. And so I can go just take some time to rest and unwind for the night. Oh, hiccups, why you gotta do this? But thank you all for stopping by. Whether you joined the queue, talked in chat, or just lurked, I appreciate you sharing your time with me. I hope to see you all again soon, but bye for now.